Late Saturday night. Yeah, we've got 4 quick sessions today, so nothing crazy, nothing wild. Just 4 sessions with no long break, and we're already at a quarter of the way done. So you guys know the drill. Feel free to say hi. If you're just joining in, let me know what you're studying. And if you were just studying with me, let me know how that last session was. Out of 10, we've got 9.5 minutes. We'll take a quick short break here, and then we'll start session number 2. Yeah, feel free to say hi. I'll probably give it like a 5 out of 10 start. A little bit of a slow start for me today, but that's okay. I am studying, well, I'm reviewing stomach medications right now. Acid medications, which is very ironic. And yeah. Chilling. Got so much done. Nice, Meadow. Nice. What were you working on today? You're in a Zumba class. Nice. Gonna go Latin dance. Nice. I went for a run earlier today. I threw up again. And oh man. I feel like, I know it's not like, I know it's gonna sound wild, but like I went for a run and my stomach acted up. I threw up at the end. It was a pretty hard pace and I tried to maintain it, but it was fine. But I threw up after, so it was good. And then I came home and I blew out my nose and there was like blood. And I was like, oh man, it was really dry and I was like breathing like crazy. So kind of a wild day for me. And then I was stuck in meetings after that for most of the afternoon. Crazy day. Hola Aldo, buenas noches, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Qué estudias hoy? Turn the music down. Is it loud? Well, is it loud for everybody? Let's see. It shouldn't be that loud. Is it loud? Okay, I'll turn it down. Sorry, y'all. Thank you for letting me know. That's so weird. I didn't realize it was that loud, but it should be down now. I guess it's because we're playing Synth tonight, which is louder. Is that better? Can't run at all. I feel like a concrete block on leg smooth. That's how I feel right now. How can you tell when you're on a break if YouTube is muted and you're on Discord? Oh, in the Discord, you should be able to, if you're watching the stream, like I'm streaming a timer there, just watch the stream and it'll stream the audio from the break timer going off into the Discord as well. If that's not working, sometimes you might have the stream volume low. So if you like right click, I don't know if it shows you. Yeah, you can see me hovering. If you like right click it, well, I guess I'm the one streaming it, but you could change the volume and whatnot of that little thing. Yeah, so hit watch the stream and it'll give you the timers. There's no spring here, step. Dude, that's how I felt. Like the first mile, I was like springing through it, and then my calves started getting sore, and then I was just like, yeah, I was running down the highway at the end of my run, and I was just like, man, this is awful. We're gonna notes for second language. Ooh, nice. Which second language? Or is it English? Doing extended notes. Nice. Sounds like you got everything going together. Good to hear, Meadow. Produce Patrick's to your treatment. Okay, I could call you Patrick. I'm not gonna remember that at all. Oh, I see. Okay, I got you. I'll try to remember to call you Patrick now, at least for the stream, right? Do I drink coffee? Too much, way too much, definitely way too much. I mean, my choice of caffeine is usually so in the mornings. If I have a workout, I'll drink a Monster. If I don't have a workout, I'll drink a coffee. And then if I need to study in the evening, if I didn't drink a coffee in the morning, I'll drink a Monster. And if I need to drink, if I did drink Monster in the morning, I'll drink a coffee or two to get through to studying. People next room. You got a company over? Synth Lofi? Yeah, no, I love Synth too. I know it's not as popular with the streams. That's why I don't play it as often, but I like it for these like late night study vibes. Synth just hits different. I think it's Lo-Fi Girl and then Synth Boy. It's her channel entirely, Lo-Fi Girl's channel. But Synth is such a vibe. It's just, I don't know, because I mean, my room's all LED coded. Like, I'm on a computer anyway. It very much matches the Synth vibe. Why did I puke? Good question. I think I'm just out of shape, to be honest with you. Thinking about starting to drink coffee. I will say it's a slippery habit. If you don't drink coffee and you get fine without coffee, I wouldn't drink coffee. I used to, okay, so my relationship with caffeine is kind of funny. I used to never drink coffee, and I think in high school, like once in a while I would if I had a really long day or just for fun. I used to just drink it like socially. In college, it was the same thing. I refused to touch too much coffee for the first half of college, and I think as college went by or university went by and more, I kind of started just drinking coffee more just because it helped me focus. That was a big thing. Is I don't really care for the energy parts of it. Like, that's nice, but it really helps me focus. I calm down quite a bit when I'm on coffee within limits. If I drink too much coffee, I kind of get a little bit wild, and if I don't drink enough, I get sleepy. So there's like a little bit of a limit between that. I think I started working the emergency room halfway through university, and they all drank energy drinks. And there were a couple shifts where I was like, man, I was studying all day while working in the ER, and then it had been like 11 hours in the ER or something, or 10 hours in the ER. And like I had been hit a workout before, and it's just like, it's 11 p.m., right? And you're tired and you just got to get through it. So then I would start drinking. I drank 1 or 2 energy drinks there, and then it slowly became a habit. And now it's like, okay, I'm probably pushing way too much caffeine these days, and my blood pressure's probably cooked, but that's why I drink coffee and caffeine. I wouldn't recommend it to folks, but it does help with some ways. I think they did some interesting studies with it that were like a certain amount of like a cup of coffee a day can actually be healthy, but anything more than that and you start getting diminishing returns. And then after a while, it can become dangerous if you already are predisposed to stuff like high blood pressure. But that's after a certain caffeine limit. I think the max the FDA in the States recommends is no more than 400 milligrams a day for like an adult male. I don't know if the female cutoff is the same, but 300 to 400 is usually like the recommended medical cutoff for a daily limit. Not saying that you should drink 300 to 400 every single day. And if you're under 18, that limit is 100 milligrams in a day. Sorry, that was such a rant. We're at physics lab. Oh man, did you end up talking to that professor, Patrick? Hey Rishik, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Is Synth Lo-Fi from Lo-Fi Girl? Yeah. Synth Lo-Fi is the same channel. If you look on her channel, it's like there's the Synth Boy. He's like wearing purple and stuff. It's the same radio. What you working on today, Rishik? Good to see you. I was alternating. It was a 90-30 split, so I was doing 90-minute run, 30-second walk. But like, I was pacing out like between 10 and 11 minutes, which is, it's not the best I've ever done, but I'm also out of shape, so it's okay. But I haven't paced out a 10-minute, like, for multiple miles, right, in a minute. So I'd probably just push myself too hard, especially, like, considering I was bleeding out of the nose after. I probably definitely pushed myself a little too hard. Branch linguistics. Oh, right. Theories, SLA. Dang, okay, never mind. It's way more complex. Wait, that's really interesting, though. What are, like, I guess you just started a class. What are like main ideas between, or what are main theories differentiating different theories within second language acquisition? I am curious. Can coffee help with focus? Yeah, it could. It depends. I know, actually it is reported to help some people with focus. If you have ADHD, it helps a lot. That's how a lot of people end up getting their diagnosis, is like they're abusing caffeine like crazy, and then they realize, oh, shoot, that was my fix because I didn't have enough dopamine for it running through my brain. So, you know, it can help with focus. It definitely can. Even for your regular person, it definitely can. But, you know, everything comes with a cost, right? Why are drinking black coffee with butter in it? I don't know. Does it taste good? I don't know what the butter's for. Black coffee, people are drinking for because of coffee. I imagine butter adds like a little like smooth taste to it, right? I've never tried it. Maybe I will try it. Drink coffee to get focused more. Yeah, I mean, it could work. Mid-30s and thriving and no coffee? Dude, just stay off the coffee. It sounds like you're doing great. Where swallow your ego in email. Yeah, you're going to have to do that. There's going to be a lot of times in your life where you're going to have to do that. But it's not even just like meet with him. Honestly, because sometimes I feel like when you don't see a person, it's easy to dehumanize them. And as soon as you get your face in front of a professor over a Zoom call, like it's way more humanizing. Might try drinking in a while. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm not going to say no to that either. For sure. I mean, I'm a crazy caffeine drinker. If you're asking from a health angle, I can't ever recommend it because it is a stimulant, right? Like the FDA does technically classify caffeine as a drug because it is addictive. But it does work. And it's not terrible. You know, it's legal and probably a lot better than a lot of other drugs out on the market. About fossilization. Oh, dang. Stabilize it, cannot improve. Oh. I wonder if it has to do with neuroplasticity. That kind of crosses over into something like, that sounds like something we would learn. Like neuroplasticity of the brain. But like there's also a bunch of studies debunking a lot of degeneration of neuroplasticity in later ages. If I first hear you think about it. Yeah, you got a lot way to go. All right, y'all. Session 2. Leaving the camera where it is. You guys can go ahead and get started. Good luck. Here we go. Already quarter way done. Let's do this. All right, welcome back, everybody. That was session number 2. So we are halfway done for the night. We're moving by pretty quick. You guys know the drill. Feel free to say hi. If you're just joining in, let me know what you're studying. And if you were just studying with me, let me know how that last session was out of 10. We've got 9.5 minutes. We'll take a quick short break here, and then we'll move on to session 3. But feel free to say hi. 10.5, nice, nice. I'm going to give it like a 7 out of 10 as well. I've got protein shake that I mixed some coffee into because I was feeling sleepy. So I'm awake again. I'm trying to figure out when I'm going to do some research work this weekend, too. My schedule's kind of upside down. This week ended up being inadvertently way busier than I had anticipated it to be when I made my schedule for studying a week ago. And I do need to catch up on studying, but there's also like 10 other things I need to catch up on. So this is going to be a very... I'm thinking about my schedule for the upcoming week, but I've got an exam the week after, too. So a lot of things to balance right now. It's kind of funny. 10 out of 10. Nice, Mr. Strawberry. Nice, nice. What are you working on today? Streams Monday through Sunday. I try to. Honestly, I do try to, Abby. It's just been kind of... like yesterday, what was yesterday? Friday, I had a doctor's appointment in the morning, and then I ran off to quickly catch prayer, and then I taught class, and then I drove home to change into a suit to go back to campus to attend a conference. And then after that conference, I was on campus. I left school at like midnight last night because me and one of my research friends were trying to pump out another poster real quick. So we submitted for another conference last night, and then we did a whole other subset data analysis till midnight after we had presented at the one conference. So like, you know, there was no time yesterday to even study as well at all. Not as disciplined Discord. I'm trying. I'm sorry. Even today, I was like caught up in like meetings all day. I went for a run, and then I was just in meetings back to back to back. I got late to half of my meetings because they kept overlapping. And then I was like, man, at like 8 o'clock today, I was like, I need like 30 minutes to just not. So I watched a little bit of Michigan football. And now we're here. But it's been very busy. Not as disciplined Discord. Yeah, it's a little harder. I think once you get used to it too, without somebody like, you have to like, I don't know. It's kind of why I like the camera or like sharing screens or doing something to hold myself accountable. That usually helps a little bit. Oh, conference was good. Conference was great, actually. It was kind of funny. Me and my friend were presenting, and so it was an Arab American conference. I'm not Arab, but like I was helping present on some cultural identity shifts for Arab medical students. And you know, we saw some very interesting results. And one of the faculty walked by, and she saw our poster, and she seemed very interested in our research. So it was like, she's like one of the coordinators for one of the courses that we have. So she's like a pretty decently known research faculty member as well. So we're thinking about pursuing something down the road with her, because we were kind of surprised that she took such interest in our research that we had whipped up in like a week. So it was pretty good, better than expected. My other friends who were walking by were joking that we just secured funding by accident. We're debating on if we want to go down that route or not, because this isn't even my main research, right? This is some side projects that I'm just kind of putting out for, you know, partly personal interest, partly I need publications anyway. So it's just kind of padding. 8 out of 10, nice. Getting CNC editor tonight. Oh, dang, good luck. How much do you have left? Do I have any pet cats? I wish, man. I don't. I really wish I did. My mom's allergic, and so is my sister. Anyway, Maria. Yeah, Maria is usually locked in, for sure. So there are 2 different mechanisms for that, Baba. Like, I mean, and we're talking for context for this conversation with Vyvanse versus Adderall. This is for people who have ADHD only, right? Do not recommend taking either if you have not, 1, been diagnosed with ADHD, 2, you know, have not seen a doctor or not seeing a doctor to manage it. Both will give you crazy side effects. Both are amphetamine-based compounds, right? So the difference between the two, because I know this is a common question that people ask about. So the way ADHD medications work, right? This is the reason I know so much about this is because this was my research for like 3 years. I used to do methamphetamine administration in rat models. So we studied the transmission of dopamine across the nucleus accumbens and the striatum. These are just funny, fancy neuroanatomy terms. The way these 2 medications work is essentially the same. What you do in the brain is, so it's pretty common knowledge, right? ADHD is fairly at a very basic molecular level, a decreased transmission of dopamine across the neuron synapses of the nucleus accumbens or striatum. those are the areas of your brain that are responsible for, you know, executive function, planning, concentration, focus, motivation, etc. Right? And that's why you get the slew of issues that people who, you know, live with ADHD usually have. The reasons are different in the pharmaceuticals. So Vyvanse is obviously one of the main medications, right, for that, and so is Adderall. Vyvanse is, I believe, the generic compound is, let me look it up real quick. The main medication for something like Vyvanse, I think it's called, yeah, lisdexamfetamine. So lisdexamfetamine versus Adderall. So Adderall is a salt compound. It is a quarter methamphetamine. It's a quarter amphetamine, and it's half dextrose, which is just sugar, or like a sugar to kind of slow down the release of it. The reason we prescribe these medications, right, is because what amphetamines and, you know, and methamphetamines and everything does is they block. So in your brain across the synapses, I like doing this model because this actually is kind of what your neuron synapses will look like. Let's say this is the receiving end for the dopamine. This is the transmitting end for the dopamine, right? I have channels that will make dopamine from tyrosine, and like there's a whole long biochemical pathway of things you need to make dopamine, right? People even have genetic mutations where you can receive dopamine fine, but you might have problem making the dopamine. But in most people, even for most people with ADHD, the issue isn't that. The issue is usually there's either a fault of generation here, or more likely than not, these receptors are fried out and they have a hard time. Either they absorb the dopamine too quick and then there's not like saturated enough, right, to maintain a level of focus for studying, or they, you know, it gets destroyed, or they get stuck in the, so what you need essentially is this space in between. It needs to hold dopamine for you to be able to focus, right? This is true whether you have ADHD or not. This is like how we focus and how the brain works with dopamine. Epinephrine is another molecule in our brains that is controlling alertness and focus and wakefulness, right? So what amphetamines, methamphetamines, and similar stimulants, even caffeine to an extent, I'll explain how caffeine works differently from Adderall because this is a really cool topic. What they do is they block both the norepinephrine and epinephrine receptors and the dopamine receptors, so that you don't need as much dopamine or epinephrine to make that feeling of alert and focused, right? So the reason Vyvanse is different from Adderall, Vyvanse actually has to, so Adderall gets, like, you know, digested in the stomach, gets sent out to the liver immediately. Liver gets this amphetamine-based compound, which is just ready to go, right? Sends it to the brain, blood-brain barrier gets crossed, and then boom, you get a bunch of norepinephrine and epinephrine and dopamine dump, right? For D2. I'm going to skip out on all the nerdy out, like super specific details, but there's a bunch of different receptor types too. It's not like there's just one type of dopamine receptor, right? So that's how the Adderall works. Vyvanse is a little different, right? Because what Vyvanse will do is, instead of just digesting in the stomach, it can, it goes to the liver first, and the liver has to convert it slowly into amphetamines. So rather than Adderall, where it's just sent to the liver and the liver's like, all right, yep, good to go, ship it out, lisdexamfetamine has to spend time in the liver to get converted, which is why you can't give it to somebody with liver issues. But it goes slower and it lasts way longer because you're basically controlled by how fast the liver can metabolize, which will slow down and distribute the length of the medication way better and for way longer than something short acting like Adderall. They do make extended release Adderalls and stuff too that kind of compound that, but at the end of the day, it still gets digested by the stomach, right? So there's a bunch of ways to kind of mitigate around that. One of the solutions they've done with that is with Vyvanse. I know Ritalin and Concentra have a different mechanism as well that I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know if they target the epinephrine receptors differently, but each of those has a different thing. How did we get the data so quickly? Sorry, I forgot. I saw the question. I just meant it. It was just literally a quick survey. We were just doing an analysis of the med students. So it was just a quick cohort study. We had people spread it around. We offered an incentive to fill it out. So it was really quick. That's why it was like, just a side project. It wasn't my main research at all. It was not a chart review like I am doing for my researcher. Oh, the explanation. Do you want me to explain it again? I can explain it again later or more simply in a different break because it is quick. Yeah, so generic research for me. So it does. It lowers the threshold concentration to optimize focus by essentially, blocking off some of this D2 transmission or the dopamine transmission across that synapse so that there's more dopamine sitting in the middle and it just distributes more evenly. That's the issue with ADHD, right? Is that you're just eating the dopamine alive right out of that right out of the synapse in the middle there, the little junction in the middle. If you could just block some of those transmitters, it makes it easier to focus. It's not like it's a magic solution either, right? even if you have ADHD, if you take a medication like that, you still have to have really good habits. You have to sit down and try to study because your brain's not going to pump out dopamine at all if you're not trying to study. It just makes it easier to focus. That's why we kind of consider like different severities of ADHD, right? You can even get different compounds like methamphetamine prescribed and approved by insurance. You can get amphetamines prescribed and approved by insurance for issues like this. It's just the severity of ADHD, but a lot of it also has to be tied with cognitive behavioral therapy for a reason. A lot of the reasons we can't focus are also linked to habitual, like, oh, maybe we're grabbing our phones, while we're trying to study and setting up for an environment that's not conducive to studying. I could talk about this like forever, but I hope that's kind of a good explanation on the two. How do I think it speak so quickly? I don't know. I'm just excited all the time, bro. All right. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't mean to time. Yeah, session 3. We got 2 more sessions for the night. You guys can go ahead and get locked in. Good luck. Session 3. Here we go. right, welcome back, everybody. That was session number 3. So we only have one more to go for the night, and it will be all done. You guys know the drill. Feel free to say hi if you're just joining in. Let me know what you're studying. And if you were just studying with me, let me know how that last session was out of 10. We've got 9.5 minutes. We'll take a quick short break, and then we'll start our last session of the night. Yeah, feel free to say hi. Hola, Maria. 8 out of 10. Nice, nice. I'll probably give that like a 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10 is fair. I kind of got sent down a rabbit hole while doing cards, which is probably not what I had intended to do, but it's okay. 5 out of 10. Nice, nice. Getting ready for bed sounds lovely. I low-key am like exhausted, but we got one more session. I'm good. It's been a very busy couple of days, but we're chilling. Should hopefully have a little more time to study tomorrow because I do need to catch up on things, but it is what it is right now. Watch the second the Paul Blart movies. That's funny. I haven't seen either of them. I've heard good things. Excuse me, y'all. I am sleepy. I think I drink too little caffeine. Oh well. Hey, Afi. Welcome back. Good to see you. How are you? I'm good. 7 out of 10. Nice, Rishik. What are you working on today, Rishik? I think you told me earlier. I forget. Let me see if I can find it. Didn't. Maybe I forgot. Giving break sounds good. Does med school seem lighter than uni? No, definitely not. Not even close. No. For sure. I think I was equally as busy in both, for sure. I was definitely very busy in undergrad as well, because with no gap years, I kind of just shot right through, right? Like I used to go to research in the morning, go to classes, still do my homework, work 2 jobs, blah, blah, blah. So I was busy in a different way. But I wouldn't say it was like, I don't think med school is lighter. I think studying takes more of a mental toll than doing homework with you. At least with homework's guided. So you know what you need to do, and you know, like, oh, okay, if I can't do this, I know where I can get help for this. When it's just, here's the material, learn it, it's a lot more confusing sometimes, I suppose, and requires more mental energy. And I mean, in med school, I'm still doing a bunch of research, right? I'm like still doing clubs, I'm still doing whatever. It's not as bad, but it's still pretty busy. I think university was more physically tiring, and I think med school so far has been a lot more mentally tiring. Although I think next year that's going to change. It's just going to be the worst of both worlds on 3rd year. Let's see what Mars. That's funny. Yeah, that's kind of why I made the Discord for y'all. Plans preparing for the first crusades in med school. I have no idea what you're talking about at all. First crusades of med school. You're talking about the step. You're talking about step 1. All right. So my plan for step 1 is basically I'm finishing this semester. Yeah, I got that. Step 1. I'm finishing this semester. Over the break, I'm gonna start reviewing some cards, hopefully. I don't even know if Anki is the way I want to kind of do this anymore. Kind of low-key, I'm thinking I want to just switch over to reading the textbook and taking notes and writing out pages from memory or something. Or like doing printout sheets or something. I don't know if Anki's going to be the move for step 1 anymore. I'm kind of debating it. It's like his movie. Funny. So I'm thinking about how to review a bunch of the content from last year, but my main plan is just spamming as many practice problems as I can get my hand on. I honestly, now that I have like a solid base of everything, well, not a solid base, now that I have a base and I've seen everything once from school, I genuinely think practice problems are going to do me a lot more high yield benefit than reviewing too much Anki. No, not for step 1. Step 1 is not like that. That's step 2. Step 1 is very much like, I mean, you get patient cases on step 1, but then the next question is like, oh, patient has this disease, da 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 da. Which step of the pathway of this blah 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 mechanism do you expect to be altered if we do this? Right? It's a lot more detail oriented. Step 2 is like, all right, here's your patient. What do you do next? Yeah. Well, step 2 is more important now because step 1 went pass fail, because step 1 was like so difficult, and it was like pretty much, I think the main reason that they made step 1 pass fail was because of mental health for medical students, because it was getting pretty bad. Step 1 was to a point where it was getting like insanely competitive to compete to get into the residencies that you want, and studying for step 1 was intense. Step 2 used to be considered like the easier one, but now they made step 1 pass fail, and that took the burden off, but it placed it onto step 2, and I've heard they're making step 2 harder to compensate anyway, so we'll see. Later problems. Just med problems. Maria, if this is a movie, this is like the worst movie I've ever watched. It's such a boring movie. Med is always a problem. Yeah, yep. Yep, step 1 is pass fail now. But step 1 is always pass fail now. But 65% sounds easy to get. Not for step 1. It's like, I mean, it should be doable, but even like even like decent med schools have a few students that fail every year. I think last year, even at my med school, which is like a pretty well known med school, like for in the med sphere at least, I think their fail rate last year was like 5 or 6%. So like out of a class of 300, what does that come out to? 5% of 300. So almost like 15, 20 kids failed that exam. And if you fail step 1, like you can retake it, but like your chances at a good residency are pretty much gone after that. So that's why the pressure is like really on to do well, like pass step 1. Don't take it prematurely. It's better to even like wait, like take a year off if you have to just to pass it, but hopefully it doesn't have to come to that. Supporting characters are like a word, sir. Hey, you guys are great. I'm not worried about the supporting character. The main character, the main character of this show is just always studying. Bro needs a life. I'm telling you, I swear. Man, I should really publish that one vlog. That would really solidify how what my life is right now. I wanted to record the second one before I publish the first one, but you know, an autobiography. Man, this would be like the, you know, if I was writing my life as an autobiography, the whole first 2 years of med school would literally just be like one chapter. He studied. He didn't like it. He's happy that he doesn't have to read books anymore. Mental Ammar. Bam, the skull emoji. Best movie. You guys need to watch better movies. Have y'all not seen the Fast and Furious series? Don't tell her. Don't tell Anki. No, I still have to do Anki next year too, even while I'm at the hospital. It's so sad. I was talking to a couple of third years, and they were telling me, yeah, the studying doesn't really get that much better. You just learn to do it in between patients, and you do it more at the hospital rather than on your own time. Okay, we won't talk about her. I don't want to say her name too loud. She might realize that we're talking about her. God forbid I mention sleep. What up? Are we still calling you Patrick? What up, Patrick? You got a minute. Yep. Fellowships are a thing. So after residency, if you want to specialize within your residency, you can do a fellowship. So if you wanted to be something like a cardiologist, you would have to do an internal medicine residency and then do a cardiology fellowship. So residencies are more general things, and then fellowships are very specific things. When is my birthday? June 17th. It was just a couple months ago. We actually studied on my birthday for, I think, 9 hours or 11 hours on my birthday here. When is yours, Afi? I thought about that, Sherman. I definitely did, but cardiothoracics is already you have to do 5 years of general surgery residency, then 3 years for a fellowship just to do cardiothoracic surgery, and then you have to do a 2 years post-fellowship to do pediatrics. So it takes 10 years to become a kid's heart surgeon. I don't know if I want to do 10 years. I think, well, 10 years, I actually don't even care about the time as long as I'm doing what I'm enjoying. The problem for me is pediatric cardiothoracics has a high mortality rate, and I don't know if I want to, live with that. Oh man, so many questions. Lion's Mane, I think overrated. Abby, 31st of August. Oh dang. Happy late birthday, Afi. Oh, your birthday was a few days ago, I remember. What flavor of the birthday cake? It was no, definitely not banana. Definitely not banana. It was an Oreo ice cream birthday cake because it was summer and it was hot. All right, wonderful people. Last session of the night. Man, I'm hungry just thinking about it. I hate this cut so much. Last session of the night. I'll probably move the camera some point in the middle. Gonna see if I can grind out some more Anki cards. And yeah, that's it. Let's go finish strong and then we'll call it a night. Good luck. Good luck. Alrighty, welcome back everybody. That was our last session of the night. We are all done. Just regular housekeeping as always. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate y'all being here on a late Saturday night. We've got another one tomorrow. I will try to be on earlier than today. It just depends. I've got more meetings tomorrow, so you know. It might be late, it might be earlier, but I will try to be on earlier. Otherwise, nothing crazy. I will push out the schedule for the next week. Push out the schedule for the next week tomorrow as well in the Discord. So if you're not in the Discord, come join the Discord, or feel free to check out the Google Sheets down below in the description to see when I will probably be on. Otherwise, I'll be here for like a few minutes. Feel free to say hi. Probably not super long. I really have to use the bathroom, so probably like 5 minutes and then I will bounce. Feel free to say hi and let me know how that last session was out of 10. I'll be here while I'm packing up. Yeah. I think Abby's out, Maria's out, so it's just me streaming and Nini streaming and then like 6 other people. I think there's a couple of people in the Discord also watching. They just like to hide out in the Discord though, which is totally fine. Yeah, it's a pretty chill night, pretty quiet night. Which I kind of expected for Saturday, but I think this has been like one of the lowest viewed streams in a while. I wonder if it's the ads doing that. I'm like low-key thinking about just getting rid of the ads just to get viewership back up. Because that was more fun for me, was having a bigger community. I just kind of liked I like running the ads because it kind of provided a little bit of like, okay, we are slowly saving up to upgrade the stream now, hopefully before I go into dedicated stuff one time, so that we can have like an awesome stream for like the last 2 months. But if that's killing the vibes, it's killing the vibes. You have the wrong university, Sherman. I'm not at the University of Michigan anymore. For med school. They did clerkships in year 2. I was trying to go there. They were my number 1 pick. Didn't get in. They're like super duper crazy competitive for their med school. It's like Harvard level competitive, unfortunately, over there. But some schools will do it. Where they do like all of first and second year in. Yeah, I'm not at the University of Michigan anymore. I was for undergrad. Anyway, some schools will do it where they have an accelerated program, essentially, well, not accelerated, but they'll cover like a whole 2 years worth of content in 1 year. And oh, my med school's not a T20. Michigan's the only T20 in Michigan. Anyway, and so they'll like cram it into 1 year, and then they do 3 years of rotations instead of 2, like a normal med school. Oh, I never said T20. I said tier 2 months ago. I definitely never said T20. If I was talking about T20, I was talking about Michigan. For sure, definitely not T20. It's like virtually unheard of for somebody to go to a T20 med school without a gap year. Not impossible, but pretty close. Yeah, University of Michigan does theirs like that. They do a 1 year, like 12-month M1, M2, or like pre-clerkship, and then they do 3 years of clerkship. It's kind of appealing because you get through your clerkships faster. There's one. There's definitely one. You have to look into it, though. It takes a little bit of research. But I'm not going to give that away for free. You can look into it. I know. I wish I was at a T20 school. I feel like more of the T20 schools are like true pass fails than the other schools. It feels like the schools outside of the T20s are not like true pass fails. They claim to be pass fail, and then they have a quartile ranking system. A lot of the T20s have moved into a much better, much healthier grading system, but it's so impossibly hard to get into those that like you have to take like a couple of years off in between to do everything for those. It's not worth it, in my opinion. I actually don't know anybody at Michigan's med school right now. I might know one person, but like usually a lot of them are from Ivy Leagues for undergrad. Most of them, I think a quarter of the class is from Michigan, but I don't know anybody from my cohort from Michigan who got in. It's usually kids who were like a couple of years older because they took 2 gap years. Yeah, it's not hard to figure out. There's a few in Michigan. There's like 8 med schools in Michigan. But we won't say it out loud on stream. Yeah, it's interesting. It's very old. It's got a lot of legacy behind it. It used to have a very different name, and they changed it in the 1950s to its current name. I bet not too good. You'd be surprised. People sleep on this school, but it's got the biggest alumni network in the country. It is a very well established program. Yeah, tier 2. There's 4 tiers for med school systems. There's tier 1, which is like your Michigans, John Hopkins, Harvards, Yales, etc. And then the next tier down is like tier 2, which is like state schools. So like, Miami, Cincinnati, my school, California schools, most of those are tier 2. And then you got tier 3s, which is like the not so great, not terrible, but not, like those are kind of like mid tiers. Like Drexel, New York, some of the New York schools, some of the like schools in Ohio. Some of the schools in Michigan, like Midwest schools, and then tier 4 is like MD programs that have been struggling. What's up, Mr. Sa? Session ended like 6 minutes ago. Good to see you. How are you? Yeah, there's 4 tiers, so I'm totally happy with being in a tier 2 school. Plus, I got a decent scholarship to go here, so I can't complain very much. Oh man, when is your SAT score coming? Do they have an estimated date for you for your score? Yeah, I'm pretty tired today. I am a little exhausted. I will go in a minute. The email saying reviewing may take longer than 6 weeks. Huh. Oh, no longer than 6 weeks. That's so weird. What are they reviewing? It's a computerized exam. What? That's so annoying. You are now reminding me how much I hate College Board as a company. I hate College Board as a company. They like classify themselves as a nonprofit too, but they charge everybody like insane amounts of money. It does not cost that much to administer a standardized exam. My left eye smaller than my right. It's because I'm angled. Like if I look straight on dead at the camera and center up, they're even. I'm also like trying to read the chat, which is in like the bottom of the screen. So like here and like here, you can't even see where I'm trying to look at the screen. I'm trying to figure out how to move the chat closer to the camera so it looks like I'm talking to you guys. Tell us deep question for today. I don't have anything. I'm too tired to think. My deep question of the day. What have I been thinking about? Today, what was so I feel like something no, I feel like I've just been tired and busy all day. I haven't even had time to stop and think about anything super philosophical. This week I've been thinking a lot about what it means to be I've been thinking about a lot about over like the last actually couple months, but specifically this week, what it means to live a meaningful life, even beyond religion. So within the concept of religion, but also like within this world, like what is a meaningful life? So that's been my recent like philosophical endeavor to chase. Yeah, follow up with them. Yeah, that's so weird. That's so annoying. I don't know why they would do that. College Board is dumb. Yeah, I would email. Usually they can give you a better answer, but sometimes they're just really stupid and they're going to make you wait for 6 weeks. Hopefully it's nothing crazy. All right, let's wrap it up for the night, you guys. I'm exhausted for no reason, too. Why? I have no idea. Thank you guys for coming. I appreciate y'all being here as always. Speak God's television. See, I have thoughts about that, too. I don't think it necessarily is. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate all of you. I will update the schedule for the next couple of weeks tomorrow, so do me a favor, check that out. I'll also post it in Discord, so if you're not in the Discord, come join the Discord. Feel free to say hi if you already are in the Discord. Other than that, yeah, that's it. Have a stream tomorrow, and oh my god, hi Luna, welcome back. We'll have a stream tomorrow, and then we'll have a good one on Monday, and we have a sponsor on Monday, so hopefully I will see everybody on Monday for that. That'll be fun. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Hope you guys all have a great day and a wonderful night wherever you are. And as always, make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves.